The house is quiet now, but the silence isn't empty. It feels heavy, pressing against the windows, like the weight of everything left unsaid. You are lying there in the middle of the night, and the darkness has become a mirror. It reflects the faces of those who seem to have already arrived while you are still standing on the roadside, watching their lanterns fade into the distance. It is a specific kind of ache, isn't it? It isn't a sharp, sudden sting. It is a dull, rhythmic throb, like the sound of a distant bell signaling that a ceremony has already ended. You lie here and trace the timelines of others in your mind. You see the weddings that happened in summers you weren't ready for. You see the quiet triumphs, the settling of lives, the way people around you seem to have found their footing and their peace. They have planted their gardens and watched them bloom. They have healed from wounds you are still nursing. They have moved into new rooms, while you feel as though you are still sitting in the same dim, unlit corner, waiting for a door to open that may have already closed. There is a private embarrassment in it, a quiet, shivering shame that follows you into the dark. It is the feeling of being late to your own life. You look at the clock, or you look at the moon, and you feel as though a great, invisible census has been taken, and you are the only one who missed the count. You feel as if life has made its choices and simply moved past you, leaving you behind in a season that feels stagnant or stuck, or perhaps just unfinished. You might feel as though you are running a race where everyone else started an hour before you, and the dust from their footsteps is all you can see. You see the milestones of your peers, the promotions, the stable loves, the breakthroughs, and they feel like proofs of a standard you have somehow failed to meet. You begin to view your own rhythm not as a different tempo, but as a failure of timing. You look at your hands and wonder if they are too old to begin something new, or if the soil of your life has become too hard to plow. I'm not here to tell you that you are wrong. I'm not here to offer a map or to convince you that your timing is perfect, for I know how much it hurts to feel the sting of being left behind. I am not here to lecture you on the nature of time or give you a list of things to change. Sometimes the only thing that helps is to simply sit with the truth of how heavy this feels. Tonight, we are not going to try to fix the clock. We are not going to try to rush the dawn or force the seasons to shift. Instead, we are going to wander through a series of landscapes. We will walk through weaving rooms where the heat of summer is leaving the walls. We will stand by foggy rivers and sit in the courtyards of monasteries. We will visit gardens where the trees do not hurry to bloom, and meet weavers who learned that a cloth does not spoil simply because it took longer to finish. We will look at lives that felt late, lives that felt broken, and lives that felt forgotten. As we move through these stories, we are not looking for answers. We are simply looking for companionship in the stillness. We will see that there is a certain kind of beauty in a late arrival and a certain depth in the person who stays in the shadows a little longer. There is no need to catch up tonight. There is no need to measure your progress against the light of anyone else's lantern. The night is wide and it is deep, and it has plenty of room for those who are still waiting, and those who are still searching, and those who feel they have missed their moment. Let the weight of the day settle. Let the comparisons drift away like smoke from a dying fire. There is nothing you need to achieve in this hour. There is only the breath, the dark, and the slow, steady movement of the world, continuing on its way, exactly as it is. Rest now. The stories are beginning, and they are waiting for you, exactly where you are. Story 1. The Weaver Who Missed Her Own Wedding Season. The sun had begun its slow, heavy descent behind the western ridge, leaving the stone walls of the weaving room draped in a soft, bruised purple. It was that specific hour of the evening when the heat of the day refuses to leave the earth, instead thickening into a weight that settles into the grain of the wooden floorboards. Hannah sat on her low stool, her fingers moving with a practiced rhythmic ache. She was folding a length of linen, a pale, unbleached cream that felt cool and slightly rough against her palms. The room smelled of dried lavender, cedar wood, and the faint metallic scent of the iron weights used to hold the fabric taut. It was a quiet, solitary scent, one that belonged only to her and the looms. As she smoothed the cloth, her thumb caught on a tiny, almost imperceptible knot in the weave. She paused, her breath catching for a moment, as the silence of the hillside was suddenly broken. From far below, drifting up through the valley mist and the dense canopy of the pine forest, came the thin, sweet note of a flute. It was a celebratory melody, bright and dancing, accompanied by the distant, muffled thrum of a drum. It was the sound of the village wedding. Hannah did not look toward the window. She did not need to. She knew that down in the valley the lanterns were being lit and the long tables were being laden with honeyed bread and roasted meats. She knew that the younger women, the ones whose names were spoken in quick, bright syllables during the market days, were dancing in circles of silk and lace. She knew that their season had arrived, blooming in the sunlight, while hers seemed to have drifted by an unobserved and unharvested. She pressed the folded linen harder against her lap, as if she could use the weight of the cloth to anchor herself to the floor. The music drifted upward again, a playful trill that felt like an accusation. It wasn't just the marriage she mourned, it was the feeling of being skipped. It was the private, stinging shame of looking at the calendar of her own life and seeing only empty spaces where milestones should have been. She felt like a garden that had missed its spring, left to linger in a long, stagnant summer, watching the wildflowers of the valley flourish while she remained a quiet, unpicked vine. Her hands moved back to the work, though the rhythm was broken. The loom stood before her, a sturdy, ancient skeleton of oak and pine, its parts polished smooth by years of her family's touch. The treadles were worn, and the heddles hummed a low, somber song whenever she moved them. There was a dignity in the wood, a sense of endurance, but tonight the loom felt like a cage of her own making. She thought of the others. She thought of Sarah, who had married a year ago and now spoke of the soft weight of a child against her hip. She thought of Clara, whose laughter always seemed to catch the light, moving through the world with a certainty that Hannah could never find. They were moving forward, navigating the seasons of life with a grace that seemed written into their very bones. And here she was, in the dimming light of a hillside room, folding the same pale linens, surrounded by the same silent walls, tending to a craft that required her to stay still. The shame was not loud. It hid easily in the shadows of the room, tucked into the folds of the cloth, resting in the dust motes, dancing in the last rays of light. It was a quiet, hollow ache. It was the feeling of being left behind on a platform while the train pulls away, the tail lights fading into a distance you can no longer bridge. A small moth, pale as the linen, fluttered near the oil lamp on her workbench. It beat its wings against the glass with a soft, frantic tapping. Hannah watched it, her eyes tracing its erratic path. The moth was driven by a single, desperate need to reach the light, unaware of the heat or the barrier. She wondered if her own life had been spent chasing a different kind of light, one that had burned out long ago, leaving her to navigate this twilight. She reached for a smaller piece of silk, a deep autumnal ochre. This was a more precious work, a fragment intended for a celebratory sash. As she smoothed the silk, she felt the texture of the weave, the intricate, tiny patterns that required intense, singular focus. To weave this, one could not look at the valley, one could not listen to the flute. One had to exist only within the intersection of warp and weft, within the narrow, disciplined space of the thread. She began to work the shuttle. It moved with a same wooden rhythm, steady as a heartbeat. It was the only thing she could control. As the night deepened, the wedding music faded, replaced by the heavy, rhythmic chirping of the crickets in the tall grass outside. The valley was settling into its own slumber. The heat began to break, replaced by a gentle, creeping coolness that seeped through the stone cracks. Hannah paused, her hands resting in her lap. The silence was no longer heavy with the presence of the music. It was simply vast. She looked at the pile of folded cloth beside her. Each piece represented a day, a week, a month of solitary labor. There was no shame in the cloth itself. The linen did not care that it was folded in a lonely room. The silk didn't feel the weight of the years. They simply existed, fulfilling the purpose of their fiber. She looked at the loom, the weathered wood glowing faintly in the lamplight. She thought of the trees on the hillside, the ancient oaks that had seen many seasons of weddings and many seasons of solitude. Some trees bloom early in the spring, their blossoms a frantic, beautiful white. Others hold their strength in the late summer, their leaves turning a deep, resilient gold long after the first blossoms have fallen and been forgotten. The forest does not judge the oak for not being the cherry. The mountain does not mourn the pine for not being the willow. The ache in her chest did not vanish, but it shifted. It lost its sharp, biting edge of humiliation and became something more like a quiet, heavy stone, something she could carry rather than something that could crush her. She realized that her season had not been skipped. It had simply been different. Her rhythm was not the frantic, bright dance of the valley, but the slow, steady, enduring pulse of the loom. She picked up the shuttle once more. The silk was cool and smooth. The work was solitary, yes, but it was also substantive. There was a reality to the thread, a truth in the pattern emerging under her fingers. The world would continue to move, to marry, to birth, and to bloom, and she would continue to weave. And perhaps there was a certain sacredness in being the one who remains, the one who holds the thread when the festivities have ended, creating something beautiful out of the quiet, unobserved hours. The lamp flickered, a small, steady flame in the vast, encroaching dark. Hannah leaned into the work, her breathing slowing to match the rhythmic pulse of the shuttle. As the night wrapped the hillside in a soft, unjudging embrace. Story 2. The Ferryman's Son Who Learned Too Late. The mist on the river doesn't so much move as it breathes. In these early hours before the sun has even thought to touch the tops of the willow trees, the world is nothing but shades of gray and the heavy, damp smell of silt and wet wood. It is a thick, quiet weight that clings to the skin, making every breath feel slow and deliberate. Thomas stood at the edge of the wooden pier, his boots finding the familiar slippery grooves of the planks. He gripped a thick coil of hemp rope, the fibers rough and biting into his palms. The rope was old, darkened by year of a river spray, much like the man who had taught him to tie the knots. His father, Elias, had been a man of steady hands and a quiet heart, someone who understood the river's rhythm without needing to shout at it. But Elias was gone now, and the river felt much larger and much more indifferent than Thomas had realized. He looked down at the water. It was a dark, moving mirror, swirling with eddies that hid the stones beneath. In this light, the river felt endless, a vast, unblinking eye watching him work. There was a specific kind of shame that lived in the hollow of Thomas's chest, a weight heavier than the waterlogged poles he carried. It was the shame of the late arrival. It was the feeling of walking into a room only to realize the feast has ended and the guests are already clearing the plates. As he pushed the heavy ferry boat away from the pier, the wood groaned against the dock, a low, hollow sound that echoed in the stillness. He began the long, rhythmic work of the crossing. He leaned into the wooden pole, driving it deep into the soft riverbed, feeling the resistance of the mud, the push and pull of the current. To the north, just visible through the thinning veil of fog, were the lights of the village. Even in the gray dawn, he could see the faint, steady glow of hearth fires. Behind those lights were the lives of men like Miller or Clark. He knew their names not from conversation, but from the landmarks of their success. Miller had a stone storefront that smelled of toasted grain. Clark had a house with a wide porch where his children played in the afternoons. Their laughter a distant, bright thing that reached the riverbank. On warm days, they had built things. They had anchored themselves to the earth with brick, timber, and family. Thomas, however, lived in the drift. He had spent his 20s wandering, chasing the promise of high mountain passes, working as a laborer in distant quarries, seeking a life that felt more expansive than a river crossing. He had been looking for something more, convinced that his true purpose was waiting somewhere far beyond the bend in the river. He had been running, thinking that speed was the same as progress. And then the world had slowed. The quarries had closed, the mountains had grown cold, and he had returned to this muddy bank, not with a chest of gold or stories of glory, but with empty hands and a tired spirit. He had come back to find the ferry rotting, his father's strength faded, and the trade itself waiting, stagnant and neglected. He had learned the trade at 30, an age when other men were already masters of their own small empires. He felt like a child playing at manhood, a boy wearing his father's heavy, oversized coat. When he spoke to the merchants who crossed on his boat, he felt the invisible gap between them. They spoke of harvests, of expansions, of the legacies they were leaving for their sons. Thomas spoke only of the river, the weather, and the repairs needed on the hull. He felt like a ghost inhabiting a living man's role. The pole struck a submerged branch with a dull thud. The boat jolted, and a spray of cold river water splashed against his shins. He wiped his face with a damp sleeve, his eyes stinging. The envy was not a sharp, angry thing. It was not the biting jealousy of a rival. It was a dull, aching heaviness, a quiet sorrow for the time he had spent running in circles. It was the realization that while he had been searching for a grand destination, the world had simply continued its steady, unbothered rotation. The river did not wait for him to find his footing. The seasons did not pause because he was lost. He watched a single leaf, bright yellow and sodden, spinning in a small whirlpool near the edge of the boat. It struggled against the swirl, caught in a frantic, tiny dance, before eventually being pulled under by the weight of the water. He thought of the men in the village, those who had started early, those who had planted their seeds when the ground was still frostbitten. They had weathered the storms and the droughts, and now they stood in the sunlight of their own making. He felt as though he were arriving at the harvest with nothing but a handful of unsprouted grain. The mist began to lift, revealing the skeletal shapes of the leafless trees lining the far bank. The sky was turning a pale, bruised purple. The work was hard, and his muscles ached with a fatigue that went deeper than the skin. His hands were calloused, his back was stiff, and his clothes were perpetually damp. There was no glory in the ferryman's life. There was only the repetition, the slow, necessary rhythm of the crossing. He paused for a moment, leaning his weight against the pole, and looked back toward the pier. The dock looked small and lonely in the growing light. He remembered his father standing there, much as he was now, looking out at the water with a face that seemed from the same weathered wood as the boat. His father had never been a man of grand ambitions. He had never sought the stone houses or the storefronts. He had simply been the man who moved people from one side to the other. He had been the bridge. Thomas looked at his own hands. They were steady despite the cold. He knew how to read the tension in the rope. He knew how to sense the shift in the current before it became a swell. He knew the language of the silt and the wood. The shame began to ebb, not because his circumstances had changed, but because the river remained indifferent to his regret. The river did not care if he had arrived late. It did not judge the emptiness of his pockets or the lack of a hearth of his own. It only asked if he could hold the pole. It only asked if he could keep the boat on its path. He pushed the pole once more, feeling the deep, submerged strength of the riverbed resisting and then yielding. The boat moved forward, slicing through the silver surface of the water. The movement was slow, certain, and heavy. The sun finally broke through the canopy of the trees, casting long, thin fingers of light across the surface of the river. The mist began to dissolve into the air, turning into a fine, shimmering dew. As the light hit the water, the gray world began to reveal its true colors: the deep brown of the mud, the vibrant green of the moss on the pilings, the bright, clear amber of the morning light. He was not a man of stone houses. He was not a man of sprawling harvests. He was a man of the river, and the river was happening now. The crossing was happening now. There was no use in measuring the distance traveled by the shadows of the past. There was only the weight of the pole in his hands and the steady, rhythmic pull of the present. The boat drifted closer to the opposite bank, the wooden planks of the landing creaking softly as they met the shore. Thomas stepped off, his boots making a solid, rhythmic sound on the damp earth. He began to secure the lines, tying the knots with the practiced, quiet precision he had inherited. Each loop, each tuck of the rope was a small, private act of belonging. He was here, the boat was here, the river was here, and for this moment that was enough. Story 3. The Novice who watched others take vows before him. The evening light in the monastery courtyard did not fall so much as it settled, like a fine amber dust. It rested heavily on the stone basins, coated the edges of the tiled roofs, and pooled in the small, uneven hollows of the courtyard floor. For Caleb, this hour was the hardest. It was the hour when the shadows grew long enough to touch the feet of those walking past him, and when the silence of the monastery felt less like peace and more like a heavy, waiting presence. He sat on the wooden steps of the scriptorium, his back against the cool, damp stone of the wall. Near his feet, a pair of simple straw sandals lay neatly side by side, their weaves worn thin from months of pacing the same narrow corridors. Beside them, his small wooden bowl and a stack of fresh paper sat undisturbed. He had spent the afternoon copying sutras, his hand moving in the slow, rhythmic dance of the brush, tracing the ancient characters with a devotion that felt, to his own heart, like a performance. Across the courtyard, the heavy hemp rope of the great bronze bell hung motionless, swaying only slightly in a stray breeze. To anyone else, the bell was a signal of time, of prayer, of the structured rhythm of a life well lived. To Caleb, the bell was a reminder of the others. He watched them. He watched Julian, who had arrived only a season after Caleb, but whose heart seemed to have caught fire with an immediate, unshakable clarity. Julian moved through the monastery with a quiet, effortless grace, his steps certain, his eyes always fixed on some unseen, sacred horizon. When the abbot spoke to Julian, there was a visible thread of connection, a shared understanding that seemed to skip right over Caleb. Last month, during the ceremony of Novice Vows, Caleb had stood in the shadows of the great hall, watching as Julian knelt, his forehead touching the floor, receiving the cloth and the promise. The air had been thick with incense, and the collective breath of the brothers, a moment of arrival that felt like a door closing on Caleb's own progress. Then there was Thomas, whose devotion was found in the meticulous tending of the herb garden. Thomas did not possess the easy grace of Julian, but he possessed a steadiness, a visible ripening of purpose. Every sprout he coaxed from the earth seemed to be a testament to his readiness. Caleb would watch from the high windows, seeing Thomas kneeling in the dark loam, his hands stained with the life of the garden, and he would feel a sharp, stinging ache in his chest. It was not that he wished Thomas less, rather it was the agonizing sense that while Thomas was growing upward toward the light, Caleb was merely persisting. The courtyard was strewn with the first fallen leaves of autumn. They were maple and ginkgo, bright splashes of ochre and burnt orange against the gray stone. As the wind stirred, they skittered across the ground with a dry, scratching sound, like the whispering of many small voices. Caleb found himself tracing the path of a single leaf as it tumbled toward the well. He felt much like that leaf, tossed by a wind he could not control, settling only where the gravity of his own hesitation pulled him. He picked up his brush, the bristles stiffening in the cooling air. He had so much more to copy. The ink in his stone was drying, forming a dark, crusty ring around the edges. He thought of the words he was tracing. The lotus rises from the mud, yet remains unstained. It was a beautiful sentiment, a profound truth, yet in the quiet of the evening, it felt like a mockery. He felt entirely stained by his own indecision, weighed down by the mud of his own wandering mind. He felt as though he were a late bloomer in a garden where every other flower had already displayed its color, leaving him to wonder if he would ever truly bloom at all, or if he was simply a bud that had stayed closed too long, destined to wither in the shade. The shame was not loud. It did not come with tears or outbursts. It was a quiet, private embarrassment that sat in the pit of his stomach, making him lower his eyes when the older monks passed. He feared their pity. He feared the way they might look at his hesitant hands and see not a student in progress, but a failure. More than anything, he feared the way he looked at himself. He had become his own most unforgiving judge, presiding over a trial that never ended, where the verdict was always a quiet, lingering sense of inadequacy. A shadow lengthened across his paper. He looked up to see Brother Silas, the monastery's gardener, walking toward the herb sheds. Silas was an older man, his skin creased like the bark of an ancient cedar, his movements slow and deliberate. He stopped for a moment, leaning on his wooden spade, and looked toward the bell rope. "The wind is changing, Caleb," Silas said, his voice a low rasp that blended easily with the rustle of the leaves. "The air is getting heavy. A frost is coming." I felt it," Caleb replied, perhaps too quickly. He felt the need to appear observant, as though he were attuned to the rhythms of the world, even as he felt disconnected from his own. Silas nodded, his gaze drifting to the scattered leaves in the courtyard. The trees do not hurry the frost. They do not argue with the wind. They simply let the leaves fall when the time is right. Some trees hold their leaves until the snow is deep, and some let them go in the first breath of September. Both trees are still trees. He did not wait for a response. He simply turned and continued his walk, his heavy footsteps rhythmic and unhurried. Caleb sat in the silence that followed. He looked at his sandals, then at the heavy, silent bell. He thought about the frost. He thought about the way the leaves were surrendering themselves to the ground, not out of defeat, but as a necessary part of the descent. He picked up the brush again. The ink was thin now, requiring more water, more effort to make the characters bold and clear. He began to trace the next line of the sutra. He did not try to force the feeling of devotion. He did not try to conjure the certainty that Julian possessed. He simply focused on the pressure of the bristles against the paper, the way the dark liquid bled slightly into the fibers, the small, singular task of marking one character after another. The courtyard grew darker. The amber light retreated from the stone basins, leaving them in deep blue shadow. The orange leaves seemed to turn black in the gloom. The monastery was settling into its nightly rhythm, a slow, breathing stillness. Caleb remained on the steps, a small, solitary figure among the shadows and the fallen leaves. He was still uncertain. The ache of comparison still sat in his chest, a dull, persistent weight. But as he worked, the rhythm of the brush became a small, private anchor. He was not yet where the others were. He was not yet the monk he hoped to be. But in the deepening twilight, amidst the scent of damp earth and old stone, he allowed himself to simply be the one who was still tracing the lines, one slow, careful stroke at a time. Story 4. The Widow in the House of New Mothers. The evening air in the courtyard always carried the scent of damp stone and drying jasmine. As the sun dipped behind the high clay walls, the heat of the day would slowly bleed out of the earth, leaving a soft, heavy humidity that settled over the rooftops like a thin blanket. It was during this specific hour, the transition between the bright, noisy afternoon and the deep, silent night, that Miriam felt the weight of the courtyard most sharply. She sat by her window, her hands resting on a wooden bowl she had been scrubbing. The bowl was simple, made of dark, heavy clay, its surface smoothed by years of use and the rhythmic friction of her own palms. There was no sound in her room except for the slow, steady breathing of the house itself. But outside, in the shared spaces of the courtyard, the world was beginning its evening ritual. Across the small paved square, the laundry lines were draped with white linen. The sheets caught the very last of the amber light, swaying slightly in a breeze that had not yet reached the shadows. To Miriam, those sheets looked like the sails of ships moving steadily away from a harbor, carrying lives that were full and moving toward a destination she could no longer see. She could hear them now, the voices of the other women rising in a gentle, uncoordinated chorus. It was the hour of the cradle songs. From the room directly adjacent to hers, a low, melodic hum drifted through the thin walls. It was a song about a small bird finding its nest, meant to lull a restless infant into sleep. A moment later, a different voice joined from the far corner of the courtyard, a playful lullaby that spoke of moonlight dancing on a river. These were the sounds of a new season, the rhythmic pulse of motherhood, of small feet learning to tread on stone, of lives being built layer by layer in the heart of the courtyard. Miriam leaned her forehead against the cool wood of the window frame. The wood was aged and slightly splintered, a texture she knew by heart. As she listened, a familiar, sharp ache rose in her chest. It was not a loud pain, not a dramatic sob that would disturb the neighbors. It was a quiet, hollow sensation, like the feeling of an empty room after the furniture has been moved out. She felt as though she were standing on the edge of a moving stream, watching the vibrant currents of other people's joys pass her by. She saw the way the younger women gathered in the late afternoon to dry herbs or mend tunics, their conversation punctuated by the sudden bright babble of children. They moved with a collective momentum, a shared rhythm of care and continuity. They were part of the flow. Miriam, however, felt anchored to a different kind of time. Her time was a circle that had closed, a season that had reached its harvest, and then simply stopped. Since the funeral, since the house had grown silent, and the heavy mourning clothes had been replaced by simpler linen, she had felt a strange, creeping sense of displacement. It was as if a door had closed in the middle of the courtyard, and while the rest of the world continued to walk through the light, she had been left in the dimming shadows of the edge. She watched a single white sheet flap against the line, a small, pale shape. Against the darkening sky, she found herself comparing the stillness of her hands to the busy, rhythmic movements of the women outside. She compared the silence of her table, which held only a single plate and a cup, to the overflowing bowls of fruit and the clutter of small toys that drifted into the neighboring spaces. There was no anger in this comparison, only a profound, weary embarrassment. It was the shame of being the one who stayed behind, the one whose story had lost its forward motion while others were just beginning their most vital chapters. She felt a sudden irrational urge to shutter her window completely, to block out the sound of the lullabies and the sight of the moving laundry. She wanted to pretend that the courtyard was empty, that she was the only person in the world, and that time had no meaning beyond the walls of her own room. But the shadows were already stretching, swallowing the edges of the courtyard, and the songs were growing softer, more intimate. Miriam stood up, her joints making a small, dry sound in the quiet. She moved toward the small bedside table where a single lamp sat, waiting. The lamp was made of brass, tarnished in the crevices, holding a small reservoir of oil. She took a wick, trimmed it with practiced movements, and struck a match. The small flame flickered, struggling at first against the gloom, before settling into a steady amber glow. The light did not illuminate the whole room. It only carved out a small golden sanctuary amidst the encroaching darkness. It cast long, dancing shadows against the lime-washed walls, making the small space feel both intimate and infinitely deep. She sat on the edge of her bed, the mattress yielding beneath her weight with a familiar, muffled sigh. The light from the lamp caught the rim of the clay bowl she had brought in with her. As she sat in the amber glow, the sounds from the courtyard began to change. The lullabies were fading now, replaced by the deeper, more muffled sounds of the night. The distant bark of the rustle of wind through the jasmine, the heavy, settling silence of sleep falling over the houses. The sharp edge of her envy began to dull, worn down by the sheer weight of the evening. The ache was still there, but it was no longer a piercing thing. It had become part of the room's atmosphere, as much a part of the space as the scent of the oil or the texture of the stone. She looked at the lamp. The flame was small, a singular point of light in a vast, dark world. It did not try to light the entire courtyard. It did not try to compete with the moon or the stars. It simply did its work within its own small radius, casting warmth onto the wood of her table and the edge of her quilt. In the stillness, a thought drifted through her mind, as unbidden as a falling leaf. The courtyard was not a race. The laundry on the line would be gone by morning, carried away to be used, to clothe, to protect. The children would grow, and the songs would change, and the women would move through their own seasons of fullness and loss. The stream would continue to flow, indifferent to who stood on the bank and who moved within the current. Miriam watched the flame. She thought of the widow's grief and the mother's joy, and how they both occupied the same courtyard, under the same darkening sky. She realized that her stillness, though it felt like a failure, was also a kind of presence. She was the keeper of the quiet. She was the one who witnessed the passing of the light. The shame of being late or left behind began to soften, dissolving like salt in warm water. If the universe had no single clock, then there was no way to truly be behind. There was only the rhythm of the breath, the slow turning of the night, and the small, steady light of the lamp. She reached out and turned the wick down, lowering the flame until it was nothing more than a glowing ember, a tiny red pulse in the dark. The room faded into a velvety gray. The boundaries of the walls vanished. There was no longer a her and them, only the vast, breathing expanse of the night. She lay back, pulling the heavy quilt up to her chin. The fabric was cool and smelled faintly of sun-dried cotton. As she closed her eyes, the last thing she heard was the distant rhythmic breathing of the house and the profound peaceful emptiness of a world that had finally, mercifully gone to sleep. The night has settled deeply now, weaving itself into the spaces between these stories. It is a heavy, velvet kind of dark. The sort that asks nothing of you. It simply holds. Think for a moment of the textures we have wandered through tonight. There is the rough, honest grain of the weaver's cloth, still holding the warmth of a summer afternoon that has long since faded. There is the damp, clinging weight of the river mist, the kind that blurs the edges of the world until the ferryman's path and the traveler's path become one. We have felt the crisp descent of autumn leaves in the monastery courtyard, and we have heard the soft, rhythmic lullabies drifting from neighboring windows, songs for new lives being cradled in the dark. None of these things rush. The mist does not apologize for arriving after the sun has set. The leaves do not feel they have failed because they fall long after the blossoms have vanished. They simply move with the breath of the world, unfolding only when the time is right for them. But it is so much harder for us. We carry a different kind of weight. We carry the invisible calendars we have built in our minds. We carry the quiet ledgers of when we should have been married, when we should have been settled, when we should have been wise, or when we should have been whole. We look at the people around us and see their milestones glowing like lanterns in the dark, and we feel a stinging shame that our own lights are dim or unlit, or perhaps even extinguished. There is a particular cruelty in measuring the depth of a soul by how well it follows someone else's clock. We have been taught to believe that if we are not moving at the same pace as the crowd, we are falling behind. We treat our slower seasons as personal failures, as if a delayed spring were a broken spring. We look at the progress of others and see only a tally of our own lack. Everything we missed, everything we were too slow to grasp, and everything that has passed us by. But as the night grows deeper, let us try to soften that measurement. Look at the mist and the cloth once more. The weaver's silk is no less beautiful because it was spun in a quieter season. The river still flows even when the fog hides its speed. The shadows in your room are lengthening now, smoothing out the sharp edges of the day. The air is cooling, inviting a stillness that does not require an achievement. There is no need to catch up to the stories of the weaver or the ferryman or the novice or the widow. They are already at rest. Their timing has ended and they are simply being. Let the names of your missed opportunities drift away like those autumn leaves. Let the heavy books of your comparisons fall shut. The night does not keep a ledger. The moon does not ask why you have not reached your destination. It only illuminates the path that is currently beneath your feet. Everything is slowing down. The world is breathing more shallowly, more deeply. The tension in your shoulders, the tightness in your chest. The part of you that is always checking the clock, always looking over your shoulder at the lives of others, let that part of you find a place to lean. There is enough room in this darkness for your own pace. There is enough space for your own quiet, unhurried unfolding. The mist is thickening around the edges of your thoughts, making everything soft and indistinct. The world is becoming a place of textures and breaths rather than dates and deadlines. Sleep is coming not as a reward for having done enough, but as a natural return to the earth. Just as the weaver rests, just as the river settles, just as the temple grows silent, let yourself settle too. Story 5. The Carpenter Who Came Home to an Empty Plot. The dust on the road back to the valley always felt heavier than the dust on the road leading away. As Elias walked, the fine ochre powder coated the straps of his leather pack and settled into the deep creases around his eyes. It was a slow, rhythmic settling, much like the way the evening light was settling over the hills, turning the vibrant greens of the forest into muted, bruised purples. He could feel the weight of the years in his shoulders, a weight that had nothing to do with the tools he carried, but with the silence that seemed to follow him from town to town, from workshop to workshop. The path began to narrow, winding through ancient stands of cedar and pine that had watched his family for generations. The air here was different. It smelled of damp earth, of resin, and of the sharp, clean scent of fallen needles. It was a scent that promised permanence, a scent that made his heart ache with a peculiar, hollow thrum. For 12 years, Elias had been a wanderer of the trade. He had worked in great cities where the timber was massive and the commissions were grand, building rafters for high halls and intricate window frames for merchant houses. He had seen the world move with a frantic, polished energy, a world of deadlines and finished structures. But as the first lights of the village began to flicker through the trees like low-hanging stars, Elias felt the familiar, stinging prickle of a different kind of shame. It was the shame of the unfinished. He reached the edge of his family's land just as the sun slipped beneath the ridge. The gate to the plot was the first thing he saw. It hung slightly crooked on its hinges, a single rusted nail pulling at the wood, leaning inward as if exhausted by the effort of standing. It was a small, quiet piece of neglect, yet to Elias it felt like a loud accusation. It was the signature of a man who had been absent. He pushed the gate open, and it gave a low, mournful creak that echoed in the stillness of the evening. He stepped onto the ground that was supposed to be his. It was not the ground of a master carpenter, but a patch of wild, untended earth. There were no foundations here, no leveled stone, no hearth, no sturdy beams rising toward the sky to claim a space in the world. There was only the tall, swaying grass and the scattered, unused beams he had brought back with him, leaning haphazardly against a pile of rocks near the edge of the clearing. The wood he had brought, oak, maple, and ash, sat in the twilight, looking strangely out of place. They were beautiful, well-seasoned pieces of timber, carved with the potential of great things. Yet here they were, nothing more than heavy, silent obstacles in a field of weeds. They were pieces of a life that had been prepared but never assembled. In the distance, beyond the boundary of his empty plot, he could see the warm, amber glow of the neighboring houses. He could see the steady light of lanterns through windows, and hear, very faintly, the muffled sounds of life being lived. There was the clink of a ceramic bowl, the low murmur of a conversation, the unmistakable sound of a heavy door closing firmly on a day well spent. His brothers were there. He knew this without having to see them. He had heard the rumors in the marketplaces of the towns further south, how Thomas had built the new granary by the river, how Peter had married the miller's daughter and raised 3 sturdy boys, how they had each staked their claim and built walls that held the warmth of a family inside. They had moved with the tide of time, flowing into the roles the world had prepared for them. They had built their lives while he had been busy perfecting the art of the joinery, always looking for the next great commission, always waiting for the moment when he would finally be ready to settle, to build, to stay. Now, he stood in the center of his own emptiness. He felt like a ghost haunting a site that had never been inhabited. The comparison was a physical sensation, a cold draft moving through the spaces between his ribs. He looked at his hands, calloused and scarred from a decade of labor, and felt a profound sense of uselessness. What use was a man who knew how to create perfection if he had nothing to create it upon? What use was the skill of the carpenter if his own earth remained bare? He walked toward the pile of beams. The evening dust swirled around his boots, rising in small, dancing clouds in the moonlight. He reached out and touched the surface of a large oak beam. It was smooth, the grain swirling in patterns that mimicked the very forests he had just traveled through. It was a magnificent piece of wood, capable of supporting a roof for 100 years. Yet in this moment, it felt as heavy as a tombstone. The silence of the clearing was absolute, broken only by the occasional rustle of a nocturnal creature in the undergrowth. It was a heavy silence, the kind that forces a person to listen to the sound of their own breathing, to the sound of their own heart, which seemed to beat with a hesitant, uncertain rhythm. Elias sat down on the edge of a flat stone, his back against the cold, rough bark of a cedar tree. He watched the moon rise, a pale silver sliver that cast long, distorted shadows across his unused lumber. He thought of the years spent in the pursuit of a competence that felt, in the stillness of this night, like a distraction. He had been so focused on the quality of the wood, on the precision of the cut, that he had forgotten to plant the seed of the structure itself. He felt the eyes of the village, even from a distance, judging the vacancy of his land. He felt the weight of the too late that clung to him like the dampness of the evening air. He was the brother who returned with nothing but tools, the man who had mastered the craft but missed the season of the building. As the night deepened, the ache of the emptiness began to change. It did not disappear, but it lost some of its sharp, jagged edges. The earth beneath him, though untended, was still there. It was cool and firm, pressing against him with an indifferent, steady strength. The beams, though unaligned, were still there, waiting. He looked at the crooked gate one more time. It was broken, yes. It was neglected, but it was still a gate. It still marked the boundary between the wild forest and the space that belonged to him. He picked up a small, smooth stone from the ground and turned it over in his hand. The texture was grounding. He realized that the ground did not care about his timing. The soil did not demand that he be a builder of granaries or a father of many. The earth simply waited for whatever was placed upon it. A single soft breeze moved through the clearing, carrying the scent of the pine and the faint, lingering warmth of the day. Elias leaned his head back against the tree. The shadows of the beams stretched across the grass, long and reaching, like fingers tracing the outline of a blueprint that had yet to be drawn. He was late, perhaps. He was arriving to an empty plot in the twilight of a season. But as he closed his eyes, the heavy, rhythmic pulse of the forest seemed to whisper that the ground was still soft, the wood was still strong, and the night was long enough to begin. Story 6. The Schoolteacher at the Back of the Festival. The evening air in the valley held a heavy, damp sweetness, the kind that settles deep in the lungs and makes the light of the lanterns feel thick, almost liquid. Ruth sat in the shadows, far from the bright, circular warmth of the town square, where the lantern festival was beginning to breathe. She was tucked into a small, unlit alcove of the old schoolhouse porch, her back pressed against the rough, cool grain of the wooden wall. Before her, on a low table that had seen better decades, sat a stack of student papers held down by a smooth river stone. The edges were damp from the humidity, the ink of her red corrections slightly blurred in the dimness. A few feet away, a chipped ceramic mug held tea that had long since stopped steaming. It was lukewarm now, tasting faintly of the iron pot it had been brewed in, a flat and lonely flavor that matched the quiet of her corner. From the square, the sounds of the festival drifted toward her in waves. There was the rhythmic, hollow thud of the drums, a heartbeat pulsing through the floorboards beneath her feet. There was the high, bright trill of flutes and the melodic chatter of a crowd moving together, a single, flowing entity of celebration. It was a beautiful sound, but to Ruth, it felt like a barrier. It was the sound of a world in motion, spinning forward with a purposeful momentum, while she sat on the periphery, anchored to the heavy stillness of her tasks. She picked up a sheet of paper, a composition essay from a boy named Leo. He was a bright student, quick with metaphors, his handwriting a sprawling, energetic script that seemed to leap across the page. As she read his descriptions of the summer harvest, she felt that familiar, sharp pang in her chest. It wasn't exactly sadness, but a quiet, stinging ache of displacement. It was the sensation of watching a river flow past a stationary stone. Leo and so many of the others were entering the current. They were making their moves, building their histories, and stepping into the wide, bright sunlight of their own lives. And here she was, sitting in the dark, grading the echoes of their progress. She looked down at her hands in the dim light. They were steady, but they felt old in a way that had nothing to do with strength and everything to do with direction. For years, she had been the one at the front of the room, the one with the map, pointing toward the horizon and showing them where the landmarks were. She had taken pride in that. She had lived for the moment a student's eyes widened with understanding, the moment a new idea flickered to life. She had poured herself into their growth, believing that by tending to their gardens, her own life would find its natural, inevitable rhythm. But as the years layered upon one another, she realized she had become a keeper of shadows. She had been the guide, but she had remained on the bank, watching the boats carry everyone else away. The shame was the hardest part to sit with. It was a heavy, suffocating thing, heavier even than the summer heat. It was the shame of the resentment she felt. A small, bitter seed she tried to bury under layers of professional pride. She felt a secret, unbidden envy toward the very people she loved most. When she heard the laughter of the older students, those who had graduated a few years prior and were now walking through the square with partners or celebrating new jobs, or simply looking comfortable in the skin of adulthood, she felt a momentary, jagged flash of resentment. It was a feeling that made her want to pull her cloak tighter and disappear into the wood of the schoolhouse. How could she, a teacher of truths, harbor such a falsehood? How could she feel so left behind by the very progress she had helped cultivate? She leaned back, the chair creating a small, protesting creak in the silence. A lantern, a large silk sphere of deep amber, drifted slowly past the edge of her vision, carried by the evening breeze. It moved with effortless grace, bobbing above the heads of the crowd, illuminating the faces below for a fleeting second before drifting back into the darkness. It seemed to possess a destination, a way of belonging to the night. Ruth watched it until it was swallowed by the distance. She thought of the others, the way the town seemed to be expanding, filling with new stories and new arrivals, while her own story felt like it had reached a plateau, a flat, unchanging plain. She felt as though she were living in a long, drawn-out coda, the fading notes of a song that had already reached its crescendo. The fear wasn't that she would fail, but that she had already finished, and that the real event had happened while she was busy preparing the lessons. The tea in her mug was cold now. She reached out and took a sip, the bitterness lingering on her tongue. The music from the square shifted. The drums slowed, replaced by the gentler, more melancholic melody of a stringed instrument, a low, plucking sound that wove through the air like a thread. It was a song of reflection, an invitation for the heart to slow down. As she sat there, a small movement caught her eye near the edge of the schoolhouse steps. A single stray petal from a nearby jasmine vine had drifted down and landed on the pile of papers right on top of Leo's essay. It was small, white, and incredibly delicate. A tiny speck of brightness against the dark ink of the student's words. Ruth stared at the petal. It had no purpose. It wasn't part of the festival or the school or any grand plan. It had simply fallen. It had drifted through the heat and the wind and the noise, and it had landed quietly, exactly where it was. She looked at the stack of papers again. They were not just tasks to be finished. They were the footprints of lives being lived. And she, in her role as the one who watched, was not merely an observer of a passing world. She was the ground upon which those footprints were made. She was the quiet, steady presence that allowed the light of their learning to catch and hold. The resentment didn't vanish. It was too much of a habit for that. But it softened, losing its jagged edge. The shame began to thin, turning from a heavy weight into something more like a mist, something that could be breathed through. She realized that the festival was not a race that she was losing. The square was not a competition of presence. The lanterns were not moving ahead of her. They were simply moving, and she was moving too, in her own slow, deliberate way, through the quiet, essential work of her own season. The night was vast, and the schoolhouse was part of that vastness. The darkness around her was not an absence of life, but a space for it to rest. Ruth picked up her pen. The ink was dark and ready. She did not look toward the square, nor did she look back at the years she felt she had missed. She simply looked down at the paper, at the words of the young, and began to read. Her movements slow, rhythmic, and entirely present in the stillness of her own corner. The warmth of the night, though heavy, felt for the first time in a long time, like a blanket rather than a shroud. Story 7. The Potter's Sister, who started again at 47. The rain had stopped only an hour ago, but the air in the kiln yard still carried that heavy, sweet scent of wet earth and bruised pine needles. It was the kind of dampness that seeped into the soles of your shoes and settled deep in the bones, making everything feel momentarily suspended, as if the world itself were waiting for the mud to dry. Esther sat on a low wooden stool, her weight pressing into the damp seat, watching the way the light caught the puddles between the uneven stones of the yard. Her hands were stained a deep, stubborn terracotta. The red clay had worked its in under her fingernails and into the fine lines of her palms, a map of the day's labor. She didn't reach for a cloth to wipe them. Instead, she simply let them rest, heavy and tired, on her knees. A few feet away, the kiln stood like a silent brick sentinel. It was still radiating a gentle, pulsing heat that fought against the evening chill, a soft warmth that felt like a companion in the cooling dusk. Beside it, on a rough-hewn timber table, sat the day's work. There were several bowls stacked neatly, their rims smooth and catching the dying light. There were small, shallow plates and a few taller cylinders that would soon become vases. They were simple things, unadorned, born from the grit and the moisture of the earth. And then there was the jar. It sat slightly apart from the rest, resting on a small shelf near the kiln's edge. It was a larger piece, something she had attempted when her confidence was still a fragile, flickering thing. A long, jagged crack ran from its rim down toward its moving base. It wouldn't hold water. It was fundamentally broken, a failure of heat and timing, and perhaps a failure of her own steady hand. Yet she could not bring herself to discard it. She kept it there, a quiet, fractured presence among the successes. For a long time, Esther had lived in the shadow of that crack. At 47, the world feels as though it has already made its final judgments. There is a certain settledness that people expect from a woman of that age, a sense that the foundations of her life should be poured, dried, and hardened. But for Esther, the foundations had crumbled. The life she had built, the house that was supposed to be full of the noise of a long marriage and the predictable rhythms of a family, had simply ended. There had been no great explosion, no cinematic tragedy. There had only been the slow, quiet erosion of loss and the sudden stinging realization that she was standing alone in a landscape she no longer recognized. The shame had been the hardest part to wash away. It wasn't just the grief. It was the way the town looked at her. It was the way conversations in the market would tilt slightly. becoming more careful, more laden with pity. It was the subtle shift in the way neighbors spoke of their own children's milestones or their husbands' promotions, as if to remind her of the life that had moved forward while she remained anchored to a ghost. She felt like someone who had missed the train, standing on a platform in the May, watching the red tail lights of everyone else's progress vanish into the distance. Starting the pottery studio had felt, at first, like a desperate attempt to hide. The kiln yard was a place where she could be solitary, where the heavy work of digging, wedging, and throwing could drown out the noise of her own thoughts. But as the months turned into a year, the hiding turned into something else. It turned into a confrontation. Every time she pressed her thumb into the spinning mound of clay, she was touching the very thing that had caused her pain. The clay was stubborn. It required her to be present, to be steady. You cannot rush the drying process, or the piece will warp. You cannot rush the firing, or the piece will shatter. The clay demanded a patience she didn't think she possessed. She looked down at her hands again. The red dust was drying on her skin, tightening the flesh. She remembered the first week, how her back had ached with a new kind of fatigue, and how she had sat in the dark of her small cottage, weeping, not because the work was hard, but because the work felt ridiculous. What was a woman of 47 doing playing in the mud, trying to create vessels that might not even last a season? The neighbors she imagined, seeing the smoke from her kiln, thinking of her as a person chasing a hobby to mask a broken life. The thought used to sting like salt in a wound. She would feel the heat of embarrassment rise in her neck as she passed the well or the bakery. She felt as though she were wearing her failure like a visible cloak. But tonight, as the mist began to roll in from the trees, the shame felt strangely thin. She stood up, her joints popping in the quiet air, and walked over to the stack of bowls. She picked one up, a small, wide-rimmed piece, and ran her finger along its edge. It was even. It was smooth. It was whole. There was no grand achievement in its creation. No magic involved, only the repetitive, honest application of effort. She thought of the cracked jar on the shelf. It was a reminder of a moment when her hands had trembled, when the temperature of the kiln had fluctuated, when she had been too hurried, too much in her own head. It was a broken thing, yes, but it was also a thing that had survived the fire. It had been shaped, heated, and transformed, even if it could no longer serve its original purpose. The realization didn't come as a sudden burst of light. It arrived as a slow, cooling sensation, much like the way the warmth of the kiln was retreating from the yard. It was the quiet recognition that the seasons of a life do not move in a single straight line. There are seasons of planting, seasons of drought, and seasons of fallow ground. There is no shame in the fallow ground. There is no error in the period where nothing seems to grow. and no failure in the period where one must simply learn to endure the cold. She looked out toward the edge of the yard where the damp stones disappeared into the shadows of the trees. The world was still moving. Somewhere, a child was being born. Somewhere, a wedding was being celebrated. Somewhere, a life was reaching its peak. That was true. But her life, too, was moving. It was moving at its own slower, more deliberate pace. It was a movement of hands, of clay, and of enduring the cracks. She began the ritual of closing the day. She wiped down the wooden table, the damp cloth stripping away the excess grit. She moved the finished bowls into a more secure crate, her movements methodical and calm. She checked the kiln one last time, ensuring the dampers were set correctly, ensuring the embers would hold their steady, low glow through the night. As she walked toward her small cottage, her boots clicking softly on the wet stones, she didn't look back at the town or the paths that led toward it. She didn't think about the eyes of the market goers or the pity of her peers. She thought only of the clay waiting for her tomorrow. She thought of the way the earth felt under her fingernails and the quiet, sturdy dignity of a vessel that, even if cracked, had been shaped by a hand that refused to stop trying. The night air was cold now, but as she stepped inside and closed the door, the warmth of the day's work stayed with her, a small, glowing ember in the center of the dark. Story 8. The Old Gardener Who Stopped Counting Springs Against Himself. The moon was a thin silver sliver hanging just above the monastery eaves, casting a pale, watery light over the stone basin. Inside the basin, the water was still, acting as a dark mirror for the swaying plum branches that overhung the garden's edge. Samuel sat on a low wooden stool, his back curved like the very roots he had spent a lifetime tending. He was a man made of earth and habit, his hands stained with the deep, indelible brown of damp soil, his fingernails permanently rimmed with the grit of 1,000 seasons. In his lap lay his pruning knife, the wooden handle worn smooth by decades of a steady, rhythmic grip. He didn't use the blade tonight. He only held it, feeling its familiar weight, watching the way the moonlight caught the edge of the steel. The garden was quiet, save for the occasional heavy drop of dew falling from a leaf into the stone basin with a soft, hollow plink. For as long as Samuel could remember, the arrival of spring had felt less like a celebration and more like a silent, stinging indictment. Every year, when the first pale blossoms of the plum trees began to push through the bark, a familiar ache would settle in his chest. To the monks in the monastery, spring was a time of renewal, a fresh breath of grace. But to Samuel, spring was a tally. It was another year added to the ledger of things he had not yet achieved, another year of being the man who stayed behind, moving at the pace of a slow-turning tide while the world raced toward the sun. He remembered the years when the shame felt sharp like a sudden frost. He remembered being 30 and the bitter taste of watching the younger laborers arrive at the monastery gates with bright eyes and heavy ambitions, ready to build, ready to climb, ready to be someone. He had looked at them and felt a strange, hollow distance, as if they were speaking a language of momentum that he simply could not understand. He had spent those years measuring himself against the frantic pulse of the seasons, convinced that if he were merely faster or harder or more decisive, he would have caught up to the life he thought he deserved. He thought of the heavy straw hat resting on the stone wall beside him, its weave frayed and grayed by sun and rain. He had worn that hat through every season of his perceived failure. He had worn it while pruning the hedges of the wealthy estates, while clearing the path for pilgrims, and while weeding the monastery's formal gardens. He had worn it as a shield, a way to hide his face when he felt the eyes of the village passing over him, eyes that seemed to see only a man who had remained stationary, a man whose life had become a loop of the same tasks, the same tools, and the same quiet, uncelebrated days. The dampness of the evening air began to seep into his joints, a dull ache that mirrored the mental fatigue of a lifetime of self-judgment. He looked down at the soil beneath his feet, dark and rich, clinging to the hem of his heavy trousers. He had spent so many years treating time as an enemy, a predator that was slowly stripping him of his opportunities. He had viewed every passing year as a theft, an unrecoverable loss of time that could have been spent differently, more loudly, more meaningfully. He had lived in a state of constant, quiet litigation against the calendar. But tonight, the air felt different. The air felt heavy with a strange, unburdened stillness. He reached out a hand, his fingers trembling slightly, and touched the surface of the water in the stone basin. The ripples spread outward, slow and concentric, distorting the reflection of the plum blossoms until they were nothing more than soft, blurred smudges of white against the dark. He watched the ripples fade. He watched the water settle back into its glassy, unmoving state. He realized, with a sudden quiet clarity that felt like the settling of dust after a long wind, that the trees do not apologize for their timing. The plum tree does not feel diminished because its blossoms arrive after the cherry blossoms have already fallen. It does not feel a sense of shame because its fruit is heavier or smaller than the pear trees. The tree simply exists within the rhythm that was given to it. It does not struggle against the frost, nor does it race the sun. It simply moves through the unfolding of its own nature. He looked at the pruning knife in his hand. He thought of all the limbs he had cut away, all the dead wood he had removed to allow for new growth. For years, he had thought he was performing a duty of maintenance, but now he saw it as a practice of letting go. He had been pruning his own spirit for decades, perhaps without realizing it. Every time he had been forced to endure a season of stillness, every time he had been left behind by a friend or a peer, a layer of that frantic, grasping ego had been chipped away. The weight of the should have beens and the could have beens began to feel less like a heavy pack and more like the simple weight of an old tool, something to be used, but not something to be carried as a burden. The shame of being a man of the slow season began to dissolve into the damp earth around his feet. There was no need to be the first to bloom. There was no need to compete with the momentum of the world. There was only the garden, the moonlight, and the steady, unhurried breath of the night. He picked up his straw hat and placed it firmly on his head, feeling its familiar, rough texture against his brow. He stood up, his knees creaking in the silence, and began to walk along the path. The stones under his feet were uneven, worn down by his own footsteps over many years, but he knew every dip and every rise. He knew the path better than anyone else. As he walked toward the small, humble cottage at the edge of the monastery grounds, he did not look back at the monastery or the village below. He did not look toward the horizon to see where the world was heading. He only looked at the path immediately in front of him, illuminated by the soft, forgiving light of the moon. The years had not been a series of missed opportunities. They had been a slow, deep cultivation. He was not a man who had been left behind. He was a man who had finally arrived exactly where he was meant to be, in the quiet, in the stillness, in the profound, unshakable presence of the here and now. The clock in his mind, the one that had always ticked with the sound of accusation, had finally run out of tension. The spring would come again, the blossoms would appear. And whether they arrived a day early or a month late, they would be beautiful. And so would he. He reached his door, the wood cool and smooth beneath his hand. Inside, the darkness was waiting, not as an emptiness, but as a soft velvet blanket. He stepped into the room, leaving the garden, the moonlight, and the long, heavy history of his own searching behind him, settling into the deep, effortless rest of a life that no longer needed to prove its timing to anyone. The night is settling deeply now, pulling a heavy velvet blanket over the world. We have walked through so many different rooms and gardens tonight. We have sat by the cooling tea of the schoolteacher, felt the damp, red clay beneath the potter's fingernails, and watched the steady, slow movement of the gardener's hands in the moonlight. All these lives, all these different ways of being, are gathering here in this quiet space we have made together. Think for a moment of the carpenter standing on that empty plot of land. There was a certain weight to the dust in his yard, a stillness that felt like an unanswered question. It is a heavy thing to look at a piece of bare earth and see only what is missing, to see only the houses of his brothers and the settled lives of everyone else. But even in that emptiness, there was the ground itself, solid, patient, and waiting. The earth does not rush the seed, and it does not demand a blueprint before it offers its strength. The carpenter's hands were still capable of holding wood, and the dust, though heavy with what was not yet built, was also the very thing that would hold his future. And then there is the glow of the lanterns from the festival, drifting like small, wandering stars through the dark. We saw the teacher sitting in the shadows, watching the light of others move through the square. There is a quiet ache in being the one who holds the lamp for others, while feeling as though your own path has gone dark. It is easy to mistake the light we give away for a sign that we have been left behind. But a lantern does not lose its purpose just because it sits in a quiet corner. The light still reaches the others, and in the act of guiding them, the teacher remains a vital part of the warmth that keeps the night from being cold. We feel the heat too from the potter's kiln, even after the rain. We saw the cracks in the clay, the jars that did not survive the fire, and the fear that starting over so late is a kind of foolishness. But there is a stubborn beauty in that warmth, the heat that allows the clay to become something permanent. There is no shame in a broken timing and no failure in a second beginning. The kiln does not care if the clay was shaped yesterday or 40 years ago. It only knows the heat and the transformation that happens when we allow ourselves to be reshaped. Now we find ourselves at the edge of the monastery garden, where the old gardener moves under the moon. He has carried the weight of every missed season and every perceived delay for a lifetime. He has spent decades turning the calendar into a list of grievances. But as he stands by the stone basin, watching the moonlight rest on the plum branches, we see something changing. The tension is leaving his shoulders. He is learning that the moon does not race the sun. The plum tree does not apologize for blooming when it is ready. He is finding that peace does not come from catching up to the world, but from finally letting the world move at its own pace, leaving him to simply be. All these stories, the empty plot, the lantern's glow, the kiln's warmth, and the moonlit garden, are weaving together now. They are losing their sharp edges of comparison and shame. They are softening into a single shared truth, that there is no single clock by which a soul is measured. The river flows, the seasons turn, and the stars move in an ancient, unhurried rhythm. There is no need to hurry to catch a train that has already passed, for the path you are on is the only one that truly exists. Let the shame of being late fall away, like autumn leaves settling onto the damp earth. Let the need to compare your progress to the bright, visible lives of others dissolve, like mist rising off a river at dawn. You are not late. You are simply in your own season, experiencing the unique texture of your own time. The night is wide enough to hold all versions of arrival. It is wide enough to hold the stillness, the waiting, and the quiet, unhurried growth of a life lived in its own rightful hour. The house has grown very still now. The shadows in the corners of your room have softened, losing their sharp edges, and the air has taken on that heavy velvet quality that only comes in the deepest part of the night. Outside, perhaps there is the rhythmic chirp of a single cricket, or the way the wind moves through the trees, a slow, indrawn breath that asks nothing of you. You are lying here in the quiet, and the weight of the day is settling into your limbs. But beneath the physical tiredness, there is that other weight, the one that follows you into the dark. It is the quiet, persistent ache of looking at the world and feeling as though you missed the departure. You look at the lives of others, the weddings, the houses, the steady, visible progress of those around you, and you feel like a traveler who arrived at the station only to find the tracks empty and the lights dimmed. You feel the sting of the years that passed while you were waiting, or while you were lost, or while you were simply trying to survive. It is a heavy thing to carry, this sense of being out of step. It is a private shame, one that feels much louder in the silence of a bedroom than it does in the light of the sun. In the light, you can pretend you are merely walking at a different pace. But in the dark, the comparison feels absolute. You feel as though life is a great clock, and everyone else has found their rhythm while you are caught in a gear that has slipped, spinning slowly out of time. But listen to the room. Listen to the way the darkness does not judge the stillness. The night does not ask you to prove your worth. The moonlight, if it reaches your window, does not shine more brightly on the person who has achieved more, nor does it bypass the person who feels they have achieved nothing at all. The earth beneath this house does not care if the seeds planted in it sprouted in the spring or arrived with the late rains of autumn. The soil simply receives. It holds. It waits. Tonight, you do not need to solve this. You do not need to bridge the gap between who you are and who you thought you would be by this hour. You do not need to rewrite the years of delay or find a way to catch up to the world. That work is for the daylight, and even then, it is a work that can never truly be finished. Let the question of timing rest, just for this one night. Let the shame of being late fall away like a heavy, wet cloak that you are finally, slowly unfastening. Let the need to compare go limp. You do not have to be anywhere else. You do not have to be anyone else. You are simply here in this bed, in this breath, in this moment. This moment has no deadline. This moment does not belong to a schedule or a social season. It belongs only to the quiet, Think of the weaver whose cloth was beautiful because it was woven in its own season. Think of the ferryman's son finding his strength in the slow, steady pull of the oar. Think of the gardener who learned that the moon shines just as clearly on the empty space as it does on the blooming rose. The world will still be moving tomorrow. The clocks will still tick. The people you compare yourself to will still be walking their paths. But you are allowed to step off that path for a while. You are allowed to exist in the space between the ticks of the clock, where no one is ahead of you and no one is behind you. There is only the breathing. There is only the soft, dark safety of the present. The ache may still be there when the sun rises, but let it be a quiet ache, like a dull bruise rather than an open wound. Let it sit beside you rather than driving you. You have done enough for today. You have carried the weight of your history through every hour of the light. Now let the night take it from you. The blankets are heavy and warm. The pillow supports the weight of your thoughts. Let them drift like leaves on a slow-moving river, away from the shore of your anxieties. Let them float into the mist, where they can no longer be seen or measured. There is no race happening in this room. There is no competition in this silence. There is only the slow, steady rhythm of a life that is still undeniably unfolding. Rest now. Rest in the knowledge that even in the waiting, even in the stillness, even in the perceived delay, you are part of the great turning wheel. The seasons will return. The light will find you again. But for now, there is only the dark. There is only the peace of being exactly where you are. Sleep. Let the world move on without you for a while. You are safe in the stillness. You are home in the quiet. Good night.
you.